One single qualifier, Woodmere Gigi, Kenny Murphy and J.J. Leona, Corey McPherson. Off-end pacing, J.J. Leona from the outside, the first one out. Second is Woodmere Gigi. They're on the fast track on this night, 12 degrees Celsius the temperature, no variant. By the 8th pole, J.J. Leona with McPherson takes the top, Woodmere Gigi second. Now arriving at the first quarter mile, led by J.J. Leona, Woodmere Gigi tracks in second. The opening quarter was comfortable, 32-2. Now they move towards the opening half mile, led by J.J. Leona. She's clear by 5. Second, that is Woodmere Gigi. Over the half mile, they picked it up big time, 101-3, 29-1 in the second quarter. J.J. Leona the leader, and off stride in second. Woodmere Gigi, she jumped it off. Three-quarters of a mile in 132-3. It's all J.J. Leona. Woodmere Gigi a distant second after the miscue. Coming to the wire, that is J.J. Leona for Corey McPherson. Woodmere Gigi will be second. Time for the mile in 2:02-2.
Testing 1 2 1 2 testing.
Yep.
Testing 1 2 1 2 testing.
Testing from the broadcast desk. Testing 1 2 3 from the broadcast desk. This is a mic check. 1 2 3. Zach?
Racetrack.com. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway on a Tuesday night. It's our first Tuesday of the season. It's June the 2nd. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 14 races on tap for you here tonight, with the feature race coming up in race number 13 tonight, with 5 starters facing the starting gate for a purse of $6,250. House Edge Hanover on the rail with Jason Hughes. From 2 is Doc Awesome with Corey McPherson. 3 is Brookdale Johnny with Paul Langell. From 4 is Sobel Attack, last week's winner with Kenny Murphy aboard. And rounding out the field on the outside 5 is Hal Mac Charmer with Ryan Darash, as we celebrate 150 years of harness racing here in Summerside and surrounding areas. And we have some program and equipment changes for you here tonight. And for all of those, let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program. It's event number 3 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 12 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Gary Devine and Mr. Ronnie Hennessy. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 2. In the second race tonight, scratch number 5, Mr. Harris, he will not go. Race 2, scratch the 5 entry, Mr. Harris. Turning over to race number 3. In the third race, number 2, Shine Runner, adding 1 knee boot on the inside. Next change, you'll go over to race number 6. In the 6th race, number 5, Highly Toxic, will go from a blind to an open bridle, adding earplugs. Next change, go to race number 9. In the 9th race, scratch number 5, Le'Veon Rose. Race 9, scratch the 5 entry, Le'Veon Rose. Number 9, Elm Grove Treasure. The driver on this night will be Jason Hughes. 9th race, number 9, Elm Grove Treasure, make the driver Jason Hughes. Final change in the final race tonight, that's number 14. In the 14th race, number 7, Section Line Flame, adds a chin strap, a bar bit, and a can. That will wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. Ladies and gentlemen, there may be a minor delay in the start of the first race on this night. The starting gate from Charlottetown is in transit as I speak, and it may be just a tad late arriving here at Summerside. We thank you in advance for your patience. The first race post time is set for 6 o'clock. That's 26 minutes, possibility of 6:15.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abequid, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. As part of our 150th anniversary celebrations, we got some old races we're going to be showing throughout this season here. And I picked one tonight. It's my own from 2006 because we are celebrating 20 years here in Summerside since we opened this new racetrack, since it was reconfigured back in 2006. And my first drive on this new track, I won with my own horse, Island Zap, from post 8. And we're going to pick up the race right now, right from the start.
Leader headed home. Corky into the outside second. Acton Cuddly is third. They're in deep stretch. Now coming to the line. Island Zap and Rocky Skierman on the line first. Second is Corky and Pete Silster third.
Well, I thought we had the whole race from the beginning there, folks, but sorry, we got to see the stretch drive anyway. Got my win with Island Zap, my first drive on the new track back in 2006. Going to be a great night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. And if you have a look at the in-house monitors with 4 minutes to go before race number 1 post time, I like a 5.63. Post time picks likes a 5, 3, and 6. And the classifier's choice is 5, 3, 4. In the opener, less than 3. Mic check 1, 2, 3 from the broadcast desk. Testing 1, 2, 3 from the broadcast desk. This is a mic check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Control room, contact the broadcast desk, please. Control room. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing from the broadcast desk. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2 from the broadcast desk. This is a mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the test from the broadcast desk. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still awaiting the arrival of the starting gate from Charlottetown as we had some technical issues with our own starting gate. And as I speak, the starting gate has arrived here at the Summerside Raceway, so the first race will be on the track momentarily, and we'll get this race card underway. And ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your patience.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are under a minor delay for the start of race number 1 tonight. We should be underway shortly. We appreciate your patience.
Evening's first race on the track for Post Parade, Do or Die number 1, owned by Bill McKay of South Granville, trained by Willie McKay. Paul Langell drives. 2 is Timberley Convict, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer driver. 3, Wicked Luck, owned by Tyler and Daryl DeRoche. Barry Strong, and then Roland DeRoche, trained by Tyler DeRoche. Ryan DeRoche drives. 4 is Stingorama, owned by Carl Bagnall Stratford, trained by Tammy Collins. Jeremy Baker up. 5, Mundell's Treasure, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady trains and drives. 6 is Dunsand Sticks, owned by Atlantic Harness Racing and Noah Oakes of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes. Kenny Murphy drives. Court's Choice is 7, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, trained by George Rennison. Corey McPherson drives. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 1. 4 minutes prior to post time. Welcome to Race Day Live from Summerside and our first Tuesday night program of 2026. Rocky Skierman is at the HPI broadcast desk, and he has the start of the Isle Pick 5.
And don't forget to get into that aisle pick 5. Pick the winners of races 1 through 5 with the low 15% takeout and the guaranteed pool of $2,000. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. Better late than never, folks. First half of the daily double exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering, as well as the guaranteed 20-cent aisle pick 5. It's the start of that. Landing on the 5 in here, Mundell's Treasure, 3-year-old bay gelding by Malicious for Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady Sweet is the trainer and the driver. Started here on May 24th in Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division. Left from post 2, finished 5th. Race time 1:58 flat, closing it out in 30 seconds flat. Third start of the season, 7th career tonight for the 5. Mundell's Treasure with Brady Sweet aboard right now at 4-1. And there we get a peek at the 6, Dunsand Sticks, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Malicious for Atlantic Harness Racing. And Noah Oakes of Warren Grove. Nick Oakes trains. It's Kenny Murphy aboard for the ride. Started here May 24th in the Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division. Left from post 2 and finished 3rd. Race time 2 minutes 1/5. Closed it out in a snappy 28 and 4. 10th lifetime start tonight. 3rd of the season for the 6. Dunsand Sticks with Mr. Murphy aboard at 5-1. And there we get a peek at the 3, Wicked Luck. 3-year-old bay gelding by McWicked for Tyler and Daryl DeRoche. Barry Strongman and Rowan DeRoche. Tyler DeRoche trains. It's Ryan DeRoche in the bike. No relation. May the 18th here at Summerside. Left from post 5. Cut it all out. Faded to 3rd. Just beat a neck though. 2 minutes flat. 29 and 3. Closing quarter. Qualified here on May the 3rd. Left from 2. Cut it out. Finished 2nd by a length. 2 minutes and 3/5. Just his 4th lifetime start tonight. 2nd of the season. That's the 3, Wicked Luck with Ryan DeRoche at 8-5. Tonight's first of 14, a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Do or Die, Timberley Convict, Wicked Luck, Stingorama, Mundell's Treasure, Dunsand Sticks, Court's Choice, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. And there they go, off and racing. Off strides the two, Timberley Convict, and way back here, that's Court's Choice. Into the turn, and Wicked Luck on the outside, the leader. Do or Die up the rail second. Third one, Stingorama to get away fourth in the early going. That's Mundell's Treasure from the outside. Dunsand Sticks is fifth. Well back six after the break, Timberley Convict, and then the trailer who was way back at the start, that is Court's Choice. Along the backstretch, as they arrive at the opening quarter, Wicked Luck and Ryan DeRoche out in front. Do or Die got away second. That's Stingorama racing third. They were at the quarter in 30 and 4. Dunsand Sticks races from fifth. Starting to close up is Timberley Convict sixth, and then the trailer Court's Choice seventh. Down the stretch for the first time towards the half mile, and it's Wicked Luck, the fraction setter. Do or Die sticks with the leader, gapping in third. That is Stingorama. Fourth at the rail is Mundell's Treasure. Dunsand Sticks underway in the outside fifth. Timberley Convict sixth. Court's Choice seventh. The half mile in 1 minute and 2. They went 29 and 3 in the second quarter. By the 5/8, it's Wicked Luck the leader. Do or Die second. Dunsand Sticks. He's getting into it now. Up on the outside third and out of the 2-hole. Pop Do or Die there as they go to 3/4 next. On the front end, Wicked Luck the leader. Do or Die the challenger. On the outside, Dunsand Sticks is third. Fourth, that is Stingorama, the 3/4 in 1:30 and 4. Down to an eighth of a mile left to go. Do or Die is taken over, turning for home. Dunsand Sticks on the outside second. Wicked Luck back to third. Stingorama, Mundell's Treasure, deep stretch now on the wire next. Do or Die at the inside with Langeau. Dunsand Sticks second. Stingorama third. And the time for the mile in 2:01 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. We saw Wicked Luck go to the front, 30 and 4. Half up a minute, 2/5. Down to 3/4, 1:30 and 4. Do or Die popped out of the 2-hole. Had some company, though, as Dunsand Sticks was coming up on the outside there. So he flushed out some cover, and they're going to battle down the stretch here. Do or Die with Dunsand Sticks on the outside. But on the line, it's Do or Die to win this one. Dunsand Sticks in there for second with Stingorama third in his second lifetime start. Stingorama tonight with Jeremy Baker aboard. So we got a 1-6-4 unofficially here in tonight's opener. We're going to see Do or Die with Paul Angel. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
There's Do or Die on his way to the Woodmere Standardbred's Winner's Circle from tonight's first race. Bay facing Gelding 3, the son of Blood Money, off the Mach 3 Dam Private Die, owned by Billy McKay of South Granville. Bred by Wade Facone of Stanchel. Trained by Willie McKay, and Paul Langell will guide him to victory and a maiden record tonight of 2:01. That's Do or Die. In the Tuesday night opener, upset at Summerside.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now, the official results in the first race: Do or Die, the race winner, Timberley Convict 6th, Wicked Luck 5th, Stingorama 3rd, Mundell's Treasure 4th, Dunsand Sticks was 2nd, Court's Choice 7th. Fractions of 30 and 4, 1 minute 2, 1:30 and 4, and the mile 2:01. In review, 1:65, 3:4, 2:7. Do or Die at 25.60. Exactor 136.70. Triactor 1/6 all at 8:51.20. And the Superfecta paid 145.47.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. First race in the books. Let's now talk about HPI Tuesdays in June, and this is the first one. HPI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card on Tuesdays in June here at Red Shore Summerside will receive 5% cash back. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. Note number 5, Mr. Harris, has been scratched down to a field of 5 in here. I'm going to go with a 2-1-6, as is the post time picks, and the classifier's choice is 1-6-2 in tonight's second race in 6 minutes. Don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets. Isabella's up here right now in the top of the oval here. First call, 50-50.
Brookdale Layton's on the second race post parade. On the Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives. St. Patrick's Morn, number 2. Owned and trained by Alan McDonald of East Biddeford. Kenny Murphy up. 3, Bedham Special K, owned by Jeff Lilly, Danny Purcell, Blair McLaughlin, and Douglas Lowthers. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Starship Destiny 4, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett, trained by Mario Macri. Tonight, Jason Hughes. 5, Mr. Harris's Scratch, number 6, The Sun and Moon. Joey Pino of Rutsico, owner, trainer, and driver. 4 minutes to post time. We're just 3 weeks away from the Atlantic Regional Driving Championship on Tuesday, June 23rd at Red Shores, Summerside. The top 2 drivers will represent the Atlantic region at the National Driving Championship in Clinton, Ontario.
That'll be here before you know it. Tuesday, June the 23rd, post time 6 o'clock. You can see Jill Barrio, Mark Campbell, Mike Downey, Paul Langell, Keith Legg, Corey McPherson, Zach Mullins, and Mark Pezzarello in the Atlantic Regional Driving Championship right here at Red Shores in Summerside. Tuesday, June 23rd, as I mentioned, post time 6 o'clock. Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Scratch down to a field of 5 in here. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering on this race. Landing on the 2 in here, St. Patrick's Morn, 3-year-old brown gelding by Malicious. For Alan McDonald of East Biddeford, he's also the breeder and the trainer. Kenny Murphy aboard. Nice start in his first start of this season on May the 24th. Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division, left from post 3. Finished second. Race timed 1:58 flat, closing it out in 28 and 2. Had a good season in his rookie season last season. Had 9 starts, 3 wins, over $16,000, and a record right here of 159 and 4. He's leaving 2 tonight with Mr. Kenny Murphy aboard at St. Patrick's Morn, and good odds, 12-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter. Brookdale Layton is a 4-year-old bay gelding by. He's watching for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer, the trainer. It's Paul Langell in the bike, looking to go back-to-back in here, and he very well could. Last start was here, May the 18th at Summerside from post 3. Was a winner by a head in 1:59 flat. New race win record. Closed it out in 28 and 2. This is his 14th lifetime start tonight, and he's on the rail. Brookdale Layton with Paul Langell at 1-4. And there we get a peek at the 6. The Sun and Moon's a 3-year-old bay gelding by Bet the Moon for Joey Pino of Rustico. He's the owner, trainer, and the driver. Nice start here on May 24th in that Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division, left from 6. Just got beat at the wire. Finished second by 3/4 of a length, 157 and 2, 29 and 1 closing quarter. He could get it all in here too. He's got some nice closing finishes, and it's just his 14th start tonight. The Sun and Moon from post 6 with Joey Pino aboard. Good odds, 7-1. And there we see the 4, Starship Destiny, another one to watch in here. At a nice start on May the 18th here, left from 5 and finished second, just beat ahead. Race time 1:59 flat. A snappy last quarter of 28 seconds flat. Kenny Murphy was aboard for the ride in that one. This is his second start of the season. Jason Hughes gets the call tonight. For Starship Destiny, Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett are the owners. And as I mentioned, it's Jason Hughes aboard tonight on the 4 Starship Destiny at 2-1. And I got to give a mention to that 3-horse as well. Bedham Special K. Tobago K's 4-year-old Brown Gelding, Jeff Lilly, Danny Purcell, Blair McLaughlin, Douglas Lowther share the ownership with Jacob Sweet training and driving. With that nice start on May the 9th at Charlottetown from post 4, finished 5th, 158-3, closed home 28-4. 5th start of the season for the 3. Bedham Special K with Jacob Sweet at 9-1. Tonight's second race, scratched down to a field of 5. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Brookdale, Leighton, St. Patrick's Morn, Bedham Special K, Starship Destiny. The Sun and Moon are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, off and pacing. First one out is Starship Destiny. Brookdale Leighton along the rail second. St. Patrick's Morn will be third around the turn. To get away in fourth is Bedham Special K. Then the early trailer. That is the Sun and Moon. The quarter pole bound. Starship Destiny for the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes out in front. Second along the rail is Brookdale Leighton racing from third. St. Patrick's Morn fourth. Bedham Special K followed by the trailer fifth, the Sun and Moon. They arrive at the opening quarter, and that is Starship Destiny. The fraction setter, 31 seconds flat, opened it up. Brookdale Leighton around the turn, almost 2 off the leader second. In mid-pack third is St. Patrick's Morn. Then fourth along the inside, Bedham Special K. And the gapped out trailer, the Sun and Moon. They arrive next at the opening half mile. And having his own way up front, Starship Destiny has a 2-length lead on Brookdale Leighton. The Sun and Moon starting up on the outside to take over third. St. Patrick's Morn fourth. Now trailing Bedham Special K, the half mile in 1:01 and 3, arriving at the 5/8, and the leader there is Starship Destiny. From the outside, the Sun and Moon now second, third at the rail. That's Brookdale Leighton. Fourth from the outside, Bedham Special K, and at the rail the trailer, but not out of it. St. Patrick's Morn, they're on by 3/4, and Starship Destiny is still there. Brookdale Leighton reclaiming second, the 3/4 up in 1:31-1, 29-3 in the third. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Starship Destiny clear by 3. Brookdale Leighton, that heavy favorite, is second. St. Patrick's Morn up the inside third. On the wire, here is Starship Destiny, and the Blue Knight Hughes go all the way. Second is Brookdale Leighton. The Sun and Moon rallied up third. Time for the mile in 1:59.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. And we saw Starship Destiny hustle to the front for Jason Hughes. 31 the half in 1:01 and 3. 131 and 1 3/4, well-rated mile by Jason Hughes. Just sitting chilly with him here in the bike, as his brother Kurt would say. He's home a winner here last quarter, 28 and 2 to win this one, 159 and 3. First win in his second start, fourth lifetime win for Starship Destiny, second start of 2026. There's a great shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media of the winner, Starship Destiny, with Jason Hughes in for second, Brookdale Layton. Third, that's the sixth, the Sun and Moon. So he got 4-1-6 unofficially. In the second, we'll see Starship Destiny and Jason Hughes in the Woodmere Standard Breds winner circle next.
Well, the Blue Knight Jason Hughes just put a clinic on here in the second race. Sometimes you just outdrive your colleagues, and he did here in the second aboard Starship. Destiny's in the winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by Source of Pride. From the Westward Ho Hanover Dam away west. Owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Avalat. Bred by Claude Portier. Trained by Mario Macri, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes had him on top at every call in 159 and 3. Starship Destiny wires the second.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now, the official results in the second race, Brookdale Layton was second, St. Patrick's Morn fourth, Bedham Special K fifth. Starship Destiny, the race winner. Mr. Harris was scratched. The Sun and Moon third. They went 31, 101 and 3, 131 and 1, and the mile in 159 and 3. From the top, your program reads 2, 4, 5, 1 scratch 3. Starship Destiny paid $8. The Exactor $12.70. Triactor $35.70. Superfecta was $3.86, and the early daily double $336.35.
Red Shores Racing has a full menu of wagering options for the 2026 racing season. Customers can play the Isle Pick 5 with a $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 Super High Fives, and a new Late Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The Isle Pick 5, Super High 5, and Late Pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's third race. I like a 2-1-5 in here. Post-time picks going with 2-1-3, and the classifier's choice is 2-1-5 in tonight's third race. Number 2, Shine Runner, has an equipment change, adds 1 knee boot on the inside. Post time in 6 minutes.
Terrorizer, this will lead the third race on parade, owned by Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario, trained by Landon Campbell. Landon drives. 2 is Shine Runner, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Claire Murphy, trained by Luke Burke, driven by Kenny Murphy. Number 3, Your Lucky Stars, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point and Carol Campbell of Baddeck, Nova Scotia, trained by Taylor Doyle, driven by Corey McPherson. Covalicious Rhymes wears number 4, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton. Devin Wallace trains and drives. 5 is Hail Force Winds, owned by Don and Courtney McLean of Fairview, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Number 6 is Cam Luck Lady, owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown and Cindy McLean of Charlottetown, trained by Chris McKay, driven by Paul Langell. 3 minutes to post time. On-track customers are reminded to place their non-winning tickets into the ballot drums for a chance to win the Governor's Plate prize package, which includes 1-night hotel stay and $500 in cash.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Landing on the 2 in here, that is Shine Runner, and he does have an equipment change. Adds 1 knee boot to the inside. Last start here in Summerside, Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division, left from post 6. Finished second, 157-4, 29-2, closing quarter. Jill Barrio was in the bike. Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Claire Murphy share the ownership. Luke Burke, the trainer, and it's Mr. Murphy aboard tonight for his second start of the season, 8th career. Good spot to work it from tonight. That's the 2, Shine Runner, that 3-year-old filly, with Kenny Murphy aboard right now, 1-2. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. Terrorizer this. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Stonebridge Terror for Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario. Landon Campbell is the trainer and makes his debut here tonight in Summerside. Driving in Summerside. Not his debut to drive, but his debut in Summerside is tonight for Landon Campbell. I believe I'm right in saying that. Last start for this filly was here on May the 24th in the Lanarkshire Stakes B Division from Post 3. Finished second, 159.3, 29.3 closing quarter. Mark Campbell was in the bike for that one. 10th lifetime start tonight on the rail. Terrorizer this with Landon Campbell, 5-1. And there we see the 5, Hail Force wins. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Tobago Cays for Donna and Courtney McLean of Fairview. Ashley Gamester is the trainer. Jason Hughes looking to go back-to-back for a double tonight. He will do the driving. Started here May the 24th, Lanarkshire Stakes B Division, left on the rail. Finished 4th, 2 minutes, 2 fifths. Closed it out in 28 and 4. 5th lifetime start tonight for this Tobago Cays filly. Hail Force wins with Jason Hughes aboard at 12-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's third race. A field of 6 with Terrorizer this and Landon Campbell even on the rail at 7-1. The 2, Shine Runner with Kenny Murphy at 1-9. The 3 is Your Lucky Stars. On your screen right now, Corey McPherson will drive at 14-1. 4 is Covalicious Rhymes with Devin Wallace at 13-1. The 5, Hail Force wins with Jason Hughes at 12-1. Rounding out the field on the outside, 6 on your screen right now is Cam Luck Lady with Paul Angel. He's looking for a double tonight, and they just dropped down to 9-1. That is the field for tonight's third race. Good luck with your selections. Horse and drivers are lining up in behind starter Justin Durash, starting gate driver Scotty McKendrick. It's a field of 6 lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Terrorizer the Shine Runner. Your Lucky Stars, Covalicious Rhymes. Hail Force wins and Cam Luck Lady are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, off and pacing. Terrorizer this, the first one out. Covalicious Rhymes is second. Coming up third is Hail Force wins. Your Lucky Stars. Away fourth. On the outside fifth is Cam Luck Lady. Then the heavy favorite got away in the trailing spot. That's Shine Runner. Up the backstretch they go. Terrorizer this for Landon Campbell out in front. Hail Force wins. Comes up to challenge now. Racing from third. That's Covalicious Rhymes. On the outside fourth. Cam Luck Lady. Then in fifth, Your Lucky Stars, and a gapped out trailer is Shine Runner. By the quarter they go. Hail Force Winds and the Blue Knight U's have taken over off a 30 and 4 quarter. Racing from second, Terrorizer this. Then in third, Covalicious Rhymes. Fancy stepping and going off stride. Now on the outside is Cam Luck Lady. Your Lucky Stars now fourth, and up into fifth. That is Shine Runner. They're halfway home, and that's Hail Force Wins, the midway point leader. Second is Terrorizer this. Covalicious Rhymes has third. Up fourth on the outside is Shine Runner, and she's gone off stride on the turn. Wide open now. Opening half mile was 102 and 1. Up the backstretch towards the 3/4, and that's Hail Force Wins the leader. Terrorizer this coming off her back. Cam Luck Lady back into it on the outside third. Fourth at the rail, that is Covalicious Rhymes. Your Lucky Stars fifth. In the backfield, Shine Runner the trailer. By 3/4 in 1:33 and 1. They're rounding the top turn. Bridle to bridle. Toe to toe up front. In at the rail, Hail Force Wins. Terrorizer this on the outside. Back into third, Covalicious Rhymes. Down the stretch they come. Terrorizer this, the deep stretch leader on the wire next. Terrorizer this for Landon Campbell. Hail Force wins second. Covalicious Rhymes will finish third. And they stop the clock in 2:02 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. And we saw Terrorizer this get to the front, but then Hail Force Wins was coming in the outside of the quarter, got to the front 30 and 4, the half in 102 and 1. Going to 3/4, Terrorizer this and Landon Campbell popped out of the 2-hole, and they battled all the way from the 3/4 right down to the wire. And Terrorizer this, after 3/4 in 1:33 and 1, gets up to win this one for Landon Campbell in 2:02 and 1. That's a maiden record in just her 10th lifetime start. In for second is the 5. Hail Force Wins with Covalicious Rhymes third. It's 1:54 unofficially in tonight's third race. We're going to see Terrorizer this and Landon Campbell. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Beds Winner's Circle next.
Terrorizer this on her way to the Woodmere Standard Beds Winners Circle from the third race by pacing filly 3 by Stonebridge Terror from the I Am a Fool Dem Expressly Hanover, owned by Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario, bred by Danica Ellis from Brookfield, Nova Scotia. Landon Campbell trains and drives, puts a maiden record on the filly tonight of 2:02 and a 1/5. Terrorizer this in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results from the third race: Terrorizer this the winner, Shine Runner finished 6th, Your Lucky Stars 5th, Covalicious Rhymes was 3rd, Hail Force Winds finished 2nd, Cam Luck Lady was 4th. 30 and 4, 102 and 1, 133 and 1, and the mile 202 and 1. In review, it's 165, 324. Terrorizer this paid $12.50 to win. The exactor was $70.10. The triactor $1,086.60. And the superfecta $779.37.
Just a friendly reminder for horse people, the nomination deadline for the Prince Edward Island Colt Stakes Graduate Series is Tuesday, June the 9th at 1 o'clock p.m. The nomination fee is $100 and can be paid by cash or check. Full conditions for the Graduate Series can be found on the Red Shores Racing page under the Horse Person's Information tab. For more information, call the Red Shores Race Office at 902-629-6634. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside. Nice triactor pay in that last one. Terrorizer this with Landon Campbell getting the job done. 3 races in the books, as I mentioned. Let's talk about the 2026 Governor's Plate. It's coming, folks. Going to be right around the corner. 58th edition of the plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge and featuring that $50,000 purse. Scheduled for Saturday, July the 18th, right here at Red Shore, Summerside. A special reminder for fans and customers that post time for the Governor's Plate program is 5 o'clock, and you can get more details on Summerside's big week of racing by visiting Redshores.ca. And we will slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 4th race. I like 6, 3, and 7. Post time picks going 3, 6, and 2. Classifiers choices 3, 6, 5 in tonight's 4th race. Field of 7 in 6 minutes.
Singer's Choice will lead the fourth race on Post Parade, owned by Paul Banks of St. John, New Brunswick. Jacob Sweet is the trainer driver. Stormy's Hush Money 2 is owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston and Wayne Watson of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Donnie Milligan. Brady Sweet drives. We Danced Anyway, number 3, owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and James McGinnis of Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Darla McCachran. Jason Hughes up. Hamac Fancy number 4, owned by James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle is the trainer, driven by Paul Langell. Salzbrook Fancy number 5, owned by Jordan McKay of French River and John Mellenbacher of Oakville, Ontario, trained by Chris McKay. Corey McPherson up. 6 is Salzbrook Carly. Joe Baxter of Kensington is the owner and the trainer. Kenny Murphy drives. Nevaeh Divine number 7, owned by Walter Deagle of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd. Colin Shepherd's in the sulky. 3 minutes to post time. The Red Shores Super High 5 is on race 5 and race 14 tonight and features the low 15% takeout.
Don't forget to get in that Super High 5 in the next race, race 5 and race 14 tonight. As Vance mentioned, the low 15% takeout. Heading out to the track for tonight's fourth race, field of 7. Landing on the 6 in here, Salzbrook Carly's a 3-year-old bay filly by McWicked. For Joe Baxter of Kensington, he's also the trainer. And Kenny Murphy is in the bike. Qualified here, nice qualifier, May the 18th. Left from post 3. A winner by 25 lengths in 158 flat, 28 and 3. Closing quarter. Last season, 6 starts with a win. Maiden record at Charlottetown of 158 and 1, and over $16,000 in the bank. She's leaving from 6 tonight, but I think that she will be on or handy the front and get it done in here. Salzbrook Carly with Mr. Murphy aboard at 5-2. Strongest competition for the 6 horse comes from the 3. I believe that's We Danced Anyway, a 3-year-old black filly by Shadow Play for Walter Walker of Inverness and James McGinnis of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Darla McCachran now the trainer. Jason Hughes looking for the double tonight. Qualified here May the 24th. Post 5, finished second to... Sorry, wrong one. Qualified here May the 24th. Left from 2, finished third, 157 and 3 with a 27 and 4. Closing quarter, David Dowling was in the bike. First start of 2026. Last season, had 8 starts with 2 wins and 3 seconds, over $14,000 in the bank, and took a record of 157 and 1 at Charlottetown on August the 13th for David Dowling. It's We Danced Anyway. Post 3 with Jason Hughes, your current choice at even money. And there we see the 7 for you long shot players. That's Nevaeh Divine, a 3-year-old bay filly by Blood Money for Walter Deagle of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Morgan Shepherd is the trainer, and Colin Shepherd will do the driving. Started here May the 24th, left from post 6. Finished third, 2 minutes flat, closing it out in 29 and 4. Third start of the season. Last season at 11 starts, had a win, a record of 159 flat, maiden record at Charlottetown, over $12,000 in the bank. That is the 7, Nevaeh Divine with Colin Shepherd aboard. Look at those odds, 28-1.
Minor delay here in the fourth race. 7 Nevaeh Divine returning to the paddock for repairs of broken equipment. The Par Mutual wickets remained open and selling for any last-minute fourth race selections.
Tonight's fourth race has a field of 7, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Singer's Choice, Stormy's Hush Money, We Danced Anyway, Hamac Fancy, Salisbrook Fancy, and Salisbrook Carly, Nevaeh Divine outside. It's the fourth on the gate. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Salisbrook Carly comes from the outside. Farther out, Nevaeh Divine is leaving. Third one to the turn is Singer's Choice. Then fourth, as they make their way over to that opening eighth, is Stormy's Hush Money. They race to the backstretch, and Salisbrook Carly for Kenny Murphy's out in front. We Danced Anyway is driving on the outside and set to take over the lead. We Danced Anyway for the Blue Knight U's. Their quarter pole leading. Second is Salisbrook Carly, now racing from third is Singer's Choice. Nevaeh Divine took a spot in fourth, 29 seconds flat the opening quarter. Then fifth, that is Stormy's Hush Money. 6-1 as they make their way around the turn is Salisbrook Fancy, and trailing the field, Hamac Fancy. There goes the inquiry sign. Fourth race is under a judge's inquiry as they arrive at the half mile. We Danced Anyway is halfway home. Salisbrook Carly goes second. Back into third is Singer's Choice. Nevaeh Divine fourth. Fifth is Stormy's Hush Money. On the outside, that's Hamac Fancy. And now the trailer, Salisbrook Fancy. 58-4 was the half. They're now going to three quarters, led by We Danced Anyway. And sticking right with her in the two-hole, Salisbrook Carly. The gap to third, Singer's Choice. Nevaeh Divine is tipped out fourth. Now moving into Fifth is Almac Fancy. On the outside, Salisbrook Fancy. Now the trailer, Stormy's Hush Money, the 3/4 in 1:29 and 2. Rounding the top turn for the final time, down to an eighth to go. We danced anyway. Here comes Salisbrook Carly to the outside for the stretch drive. Singer's Choice third. Nevaeh Divine fourth. Salisbrook Carly drives off in the late going in line to Kenny Murphy. Second, that's We Danced Anyway. Salisbrook Fancy drove up the inside to be third. Miles in 1:58.3. Judge's inquiry in the fourth race involves the conduct of race number 4, approaching the first eighth. Retain your tickets.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. We saw We Danced Anyway drive up to the front, 29.5 and 58 and 4, 129 and 2 to 3/4. And here's another great shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media as we see Salisbrook Carly and Kenny Murphy just sitting chilly in the bike here. To the winner's circle they go tonight, 158 and 3. That is first start, first win of 2026, second lifetime win. In there for second is the 3 We Danced Anyway with Salisbrook Fancy in there for third. It's 6-3-5. Unofficially, in tonight's fourth, we're going to see Salisbrook Carly and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
Salisbrook Carly on her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from tonight's fourth race. Carly's a big pacing filly 3 by McWicked from the Sports Rider Dam Caviar Carrie Ann. Owned and trained by Joe Baxter of Kensington. Bred by Rebecca Hamilton of Hamilton, Ontario. Kenny Murphy guides her to victory in 158 and 3. Salisbrook Carly in the fourth.
There's a look at the inquiry going around the first turn. You see the 7 making a break there. That is what the judges are looking at. Judges' inquiry underway here in race 4.
This race replay is presented by All Star Cresting, Atlantic Canada's most trusted screen printing, embroidery, and on-site events company. Since 2014, owners Joel and Jeremy Watts and their knowledgeable staff have been providing clients with top quality products and merchandise along with excellent customer service. Stop by one of their locations, bring them to your next community event, or contact them online at allstarcresting.ca. And always remember, at All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the results of the judges' inquiry in the fourth race. Racing officials deemed that number 7, Nevaeh Divine, made a break on her own. Interference with number 1 and 2. Nevaeh Divine finished 5th and will be placed 7th. Now the official results from the fourth race. Singer's Choice was 4th. Stormy's Hush Money finished 7th, was placed 6th, and had broken equipment. We Danced Anyway was 2nd. Hamac Fancy finished 6th, was placed 5th. Salzbrook Fancy finished 3rd. Salzbrook Carly was the race winner. Nevaeh Divine finished 5th, was placed 7th for interference on a break. From the top after the placings, your program reads 4-6-2, 5-3, 1-7. Salzbrook Carly paid $360 to win. The exactor $750, the triactor $35.20, and the superfactor was $11.84.
We want to pass along a friendly reminder for horse people and racing fans to please be advised the Confederation Bridge resurfacing project will take place from now until June the 30th. The traveling public is asked to plan ahead and allow for additional travel time of 30 to 60 minutes in normal conditions to account for construction-related delays. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 5th race. We'll be along with the Vance Cam here shortly. I'm going to go with a 1-7-2. Post time picks at 7-1-8. And the classifier's choice is 1-7-4 in tonight's 5th race in 6 minutes.
Fifth race on the track set for Post Parade. Melody Maker won. Owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley. Ryan DeRoss drives. 2, J.J. Patrick, owned by Mark Land and Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Ricky does the training. Jason Hughes. 3, Century Invictus, Norris Rogers, trains and drives for owner Matty Rogers, Summerside. 4, Majestic Mason, owned by Ricky Armstrong and Mark Land of Summerside. Ricky does the training. Brady Sweet up. 5, Millennium Sealster, owned by Emma Christoforou from Moffat, Ontario, trained and driven by Nick Oakes. Starship Zodiac 6, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Summerside. Robbie does the training, driven tonight by Jacob Sweet. Nothing in Moderation, number 7, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Corey McPherson drives. First Glance, number 8, owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Chris Davies. Kenny Murphy. 9, Brookdale Gym, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell. 3 minutes to post time, and Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections here in the first Super High 5 on this Tuesday night. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm on to the rail. Melody Maker, a good qualifier in 57-3, and a former horse of the year. Remember the year he had a couple of seasons ago? Last year he was a winner in 55 flat. I just think he's tons the best off of the rail in here. I like the 7, Nothing in Moderation. Trainer Vaughn Doyle tried him free-legged. That didn't work out. Put the pants back on him, qualified in 58-4, and he'll get Corey McPherson at the controls. Going to go to 9, Brookdale Gym for the Triactor players. I went to 2, J.J. Patrick for Jason Hughes for 4th, and I closed it out with Matty Rogers, Century Invictus. 17923 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
Well, I went with the 1-7 as well. I got Melody Maker. You talked about that season he had here, Vance, 153-4, and he's got 18 wins, and a lot of those right here in Summerside. For second, the 7, Nothing in Moderation, as you mentioned, put the pants back on, qualified, nice qualifier, 158-4. Then I went to the 2, J.J. Patrick, Jason Hughes aboard for the ride tonight. Then I went to the 4, Majestic Mason, another one out of the Ricky Armstrong barn. Closed it out with the 5, Millennium Sealster with Nick Oakes aboard. So I'm going to go 17245. Vance likes 17923. Get in and good luck on the Super High 5. Tonight's fifth race, super high five time, a full field of 9. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Melody Maker, J.J. Patrick, Century Invictus. Majestic Mason, Millennium Sealster, Starship Zodiac. Nothing in Moderation, First Glance up front. Got a trailer this time around, and that's Brookdale Gym, top of the stretch. Fifth race, super high five, ready for a start. The rough and pacing towards the rail. Melody Maker will lead them out. J.J. Patrick is second. Third to the turn, Majestic Mason. Then fourth, Century Invictus on the outside. Millennium Sealster fifth. Towards the rail, Brookdale Dream away sixth. Nothing in Moderation seventh. Then Starship Zodiac is eighth and trailing ninth. That is First Glance. In the quarter pole bound, Melody Maker and Ryan DeRoche out in front. Second, that's J.J. Patrick. Caught out third. That is Millennium Sealster. Fourth at the rail, Majestic Mason racing from fifth. That's Century Invictus. 29 seconds flat the quarter. Back into sixth is Brookdale Gym. Nothing in Moderation seventh. Then eighth is Starship Zodiac. First Glance, we'll see them all from ninth. Off the turn they come towards the half mile. Melody Maker the leader. In a whole heap of trouble tonight. Millennium Sealster parked out second. Third at the rail is J.J. Patrick racing fourth. That is Majestic Mason. He's going to the outside. Century Invictus is fifth. Then Brookdale Gym sixth. Nothing in Moderation seventh. Starship Zodiac eighth. First Glance nine. 57 and 4 over to the opening half mile. That's Melody Maker will lead them to three quarters. Getting that two-hole ride is J.J. Patrick. Up into third at the inside. That's Majestic Mason. Now he's headed back to the outside. Century Invictus picks up fourth. Millennium Sealster starts to tire between horses. Nothing in Moderation out there, three wide. The three quarters in 1:27 and 2. They're down to an eighth to go. Melody Maker puts some solid fractions on the board, and he's headed home. Majestic Mason on the outside. J.J. Patrick coming up the rail. They're in deep stretch now. Here is Majestic Mason in line to Brady Sweet to win, followed by Melody Maker and J.J. Patrick. 1:57.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. Super high five time. Melody Maker took them through fractions of 29, 57 and 4, down to three quarters in 1:27 and 2. Here is the stretch drive. We see Majestic Mason on the outside, Melody Maker in between horses, J.J. Patrick along the rail. You'll see the 9 horse on your screen as well. But it's going to be Majestic Mason with Brady Sweet get their first win of 2026, 11th career tonight. 1:57 and 4. In for second is the one Melody Maker. J.J. Patrick raced great tonight as well, finishing third. So it's 4-1-2 unofficially. In the fifth, we're going to see Majestic Mason and Brady Sweet in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
Majestic Mason on his way into the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from the fifth race. Pacing Brown Gelding 5 by Arthur Bluechip from the American Ideal Dam. Beautiful in Blue. Home to Ricky Armstrong, Mark Alandis, Summerside. Ricky is the conditioner. Brady Sweet will guide him to victory in 157 and 4. Majestic Mason in the Super High 5 at Summerside.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2026 Standing Stallions, Champion Sire Malicious, and the Rising Star Stallion Somewhere Fancy. Somewhere Fancy has made a powerful impact with his first crop on the track. As the sire of the Atlantic Champion 2-year-old filly Windermere Sky, he has already proven himself as a standout. This exceptional filly captured multiple track records, earned over $100,000 in stake earnings, and is a 2-year-old Philly O'Brien Award nominee, an incredible accomplishment for an up-and-coming sire in the Maritimes. From proven champions to the next generation of stars, Windermere Farms continues to set the standard. Breed to excellence in 2026 with Windermere Farms.
Now the official results in race 5, Melody Maker was second, J.J. Patrick third, Century Invictus 7th. Majestic Mason was the winner. Millennium Sealster 9th. Starship Zodiac was 8th. Nothing in Moderation 6th. First Glance was 5th. Brookdale Jim finished 4th. Fractions of 29. 57 and 4. 127 and 2. And the mile 157 and 4. From the top, your program reads 237 198 654. Majestic Mason paid $11.90. The exactor was $19.20. The triactor $98.70. Super High 5 $456.89.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside. Just had a great chat with Don McNeil Jr. He's home there for a little bit. Let's talk about the 2026 Atlantic Regional Driver Championship drivers, and we're going to profile Gil Berrio. He'll be one of 8 drivers competing in the 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship. In 2025, Gil Berrio had 664 starts with 155 wins, 121 second-place finishes, 94 third-place finishes, over $735,000 in earnings, and a 3.81 driving average. That's quite impressive. The 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship takes place right here in Summerside on June the 23rd. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. Equipment change on number 5 in here. That's Highly Toxic, from a blind to an open bridle, and adds earplugs. I'm going to go with a 4-1-3. Post time picks at 4-1-2. Classifier's choice is 4, 1, and 3 in tonight's 6th race in 5 minutes. And just another reminder for horse people, the nomination deadline for the Prince Edward Island Colt Stakes Graduate Series is Tuesday, June the 9th at 1 o'clock. The nomination fee is $100 and can be paid by cash or check. Full conditions for the Graduate Series can be found on the Red Shores Racing page under the Horseperson's Information tab. For more information, call the Red Shores Race Office at 902-629-6634.
Maiden Pacers on parade for race 6. Handle on You, number 1. Owned by Matty Rogers of Summerside. Norris Rogers trains and drives. Lindale Sassy, number 2. Owned by David McDonald of Belfast. Trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Zendaya's Moonshine 3. William McKay of Albin. Owns, trains, and drives. Lady Helena, number 4, owned by Blaine Tebow of Kensington, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy up. 5 is Highly Toxic, owned by Denise and Paul Conway of Bonshaw. Paul does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. 6, Bugtown Victoria, owned by Brian Walsh of Albany. Brian does the training, driven by Ryan Durage. 2 minutes to post time. For post-time picks, driver and trainer stats, race replays, and free race programs, visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Everything a race fan needs right at your fingertips. That's the Player Portal at Redshores.ca/racing. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 6th race. A field of 6 in here. Landing on the 4, Lady Helena is a 3-year-old bay filly by Cattle Wash for Blaine Tebow of Kensington. Joe Baxter, he's looking for a double. Kenny Murphy's also looking for a double. Last start was a qualifier, May the 18th here from post 5. Wire-to-wire winner in 2:01-2. Closed it out in 29-1. First start of the season, 5th career for Lady Helena. With Kenny Murphy aboard, right now your current choice at 1-9. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. That is Handle on You, 4-year-old bay mare by Pang Shui from Madison Rogers of Summerside. Norris Rogers, her dad, is the trainer and the driver. Started here on May the 18th, opening day. Left from post 3, finished 2. Race timed in 2:01-3, 29-4. Closing quarter, second start of the season, 23rd career for Handle on You with Norris Rogers, leaving from a great spot tonight on the rail right now, 2-1. And there's a look at the 3, Zendaya's Moonshine, the 3-year-old bay colt by Bet the Moon. For Willie McKay Jr. of Brett Albany, does it all. He's the owner, trainer, and the driver. Started here in a stake race May the 24th, Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division from post 6. Finished 7, 201 and 2, 29 and 4 closing quarter. Ryan DeRoche was in the bike. 5th lifetime start tonight for this colt by Bet the Moon. That's Zendaya's Moonshine with Willie McKay aboard at 16-1. Tonight's 6th race has a field of 6. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Handle on You, Lindale Sassy, Zendaya's Moonshine, Lady Helena, Highly Toxic, Bugtown Victoria. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing Lady Helena, Zendaya's Moonshine towards the rail. That's Handle on You will be 3rd to the turn. To get away 4th is Lindale Sassy, then 5th is Highly Toxic, and the early trailer, that is Bugtown Victoria. On the backstretch for time 1 to the quarter, Lady Helena from the outside goes to the lead for Kenny Murphy. Zendaya's Moonshine left hard and is rewarded with the 2-hole ride. Handle on You will step it out from 3rd, Lindale Sassy 4th. In 5th is Highly Toxic, trailing the field, Bugtown Victoria 30 seconds flat. What's the quarter? Lady Helena now in control as they round the paddock turn. 2-hole, that is Zendaya's Moonshine. Handle on You 3rd, that's Bugtown Victoria starting up 4th. Now on the outside, 5th at the rail, Lindale Sassy, and then the trailer is Highly Toxic. Halfway home, Lady Helena the midway point leader. 2nd, Zendaya's Moonshine from the outside. 3rd, that is Bugtown Victoria. 4th at the rail, Handle on You, the half mile in 101 flat. Racing from 5th is Lindale Sassy, and then the trailer, that is Highly Toxic to the outside. On the backstretch they go to 3/4 next, and that's Lady Helena the leader. Bugtown Victoria between horses. Handle on You coming 3 wide towards the rail, that is Zendaya's Moonshine 4th. Up 5th is Highly Toxic, and then the trailer, that is Lindale Sassy. The 3/4 in the books, and getting them there, Lady Helena in 1:31 and 4. Handle on You on the outside right with her. Then in 3rd, it's Zendaya's Moonshine. 4th is Bugtown Victoria. Homeward bound they come. Lady Helena on the outside. Handle on You is coming late. They're on the wire next. Handle on You on the outside. Looked like he got there in the final strides with Lady Helena. Zendaya's Moonshine is 3rd. And the time for the mile in 2:01 and 2. There is a judge's inquiry underway in race number 6. Judges' inquiry, retain your tickets in the 6th.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 6th race. And we saw Lady Helena drive up to the front around the quarter in 30 seconds flat, down to the half in 1:01, going to 3/4. And Norris Rogers made a bold 3-wide move with Handle on You, and they battled from the 3/4 right down to the wire here. And Lady Helena on the inside and the outside, Handle on You. Norris Rogers driving for his daughter Madison. And I believe that they get up here in a photo to get this one tonight. And it is posted. Handle on You did get up to win this one tonight. 2:01 and 2. Maiden record. Lady Helena in there for second. Zendaya's Moonshine third. It's 1-4-3 unofficially in tonight's 6th race. We're going to see Handle on You and Norris Rogers. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next. Under an inquiry, hold all tickets.
Judges' inquiry involves the conduct of the 6th race going to the opening 8th. Oh, there'll be girly drinks in Shed Row 3 after this one on this Tuesday night here at historic Summerside. Handle on You in the final strides. Got there for Norris Rogers, and he takes her in to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle here in the 6th. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Peng Shui. Off the Western Terror Dam, Fabulous Flirty. Owned by Matty Rogers of Summerside. Bred by Belinda Gray, Young's Cove, New Brunswick. Norris Rogers trains and drives and will guide the mare to victory and a maiden record tonight. Time of the mile in 2:01 and 2/5. That's Handle on You in the 6th.
Here's a look at the inquiry underway in tonight's 6th race, going around the first turn. Judges' inquiry underway here in the 6th.
Now the results of the judges' inquiry in the sixth race, number 3 Zendaya's Moonshine was inside 2 consecutive pylons going to the opening 8th, however not lapped on at the finish. No placings required. Now the official results from race 6. Handle on You, the race winner. Lindale Sassy 4th. Zendaya's Moonshine 3rd. Lady Helena finished 2nd. Highly Toxic was 6th. Bugtown Victoria finished 5th. The fractions were 30, 101, 131 and 4, and the mile in 201 and 2. In review, 143. 265. Handle on You paid $770. The exactor was $890, the triactor $50.80, and the superfecta $12.36.
Join us Thursdays in the Top of the Park for the ultimate guest experience. This offer includes an all-you-can-eat buffet, race program, $10 casino free play coupon, and a $5 wagering voucher. One great package for one great price of $34.95 plus tax. For more information on the ultimate guest experience, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race. Field of 7. I like a 1-3-4 in here. Post time picks going 1-7-4. Classifiers choices 1-4-2 in tonight's 7th race in 7 minutes. Here's a look at the win photo from tonight's 6th race. You're seeing Handle on You. Just get up and nip Lady Helena on the line. You can see Kenny Murphy smiling in the win photo there. That's a great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
On the 7th race post parade, number 1 Abiding Art, owned by Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge. Trained by George Renison, Jason Hughes drives. Hockey's Day 02, Jacob Sweet trains and drives for Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Chromed Up, number 3, owned by Mark Gallant and Craig Arsenault, Summerside, trained by Chris McKay, Corey McPherson drives. Big Pond Cash, number 4, owned by Matt and David Burke, Ryan and Everett McLeod, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell drives. 5 is Apple Pie Moonshine, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke of Donaldson. Luke does the training, driven by Brady Sweet. Animosity 6, Ryan DeRoche in the driver's seat for owner-trainer. I think that owner Chris McGinnis of Hampshire and trainer Greg McGinnis. Sword from the Stone, number 7, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman. Gordy McCollum of Brackley Beach, trained by Ralph Sweet. Kenny Murphy drives. 3 minutes to post time. Thank you to Peter Smith with Metro Home Building Center and Arnold Hagen with High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, title sponsors of the 2026 Maritime Breeders' Stake.
And as you can see on your screen, once again, thank you to those people. October the 15th at Charlottetown Driving Park, 2- and 3-year-old trotters. And October the 17th at Charlottetown Driving Park, 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies. Our Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake 2026. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Field of 7 in here. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the rail sitter, that is Abiding Art, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Roll With It Harry for Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge. Christina Leckie is the breeder. George Renison trains, and Jason Hughes gets the call to drive tonight. And he's got that record last season of 154-3 at Charlottetown. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Jason Hughes was in the bike and gave this horse his record last year in Charlottetown. But his last start was here in Summerside, May the 18th, left from 5, parked out to the quarter, got to the front. A winner by 2 1/4 in 156-4, closing quarter of 30-2. Corey McPherson was in the bike. He's a great spot to work from tonight. That's Abiding Art with Jason Hughes at 1-2. There we get a look at the 3, Chromed Up, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Tobago Cays from Mark Gallant and Craig Arsenault of Summerside. Chris McKay trains. Corey McPherson will do the driving. First start of 2026 was May the 23rd at Charlottetown. Left from post 6, finished 6th. The race timed 156-4 with a closing quarter of 29-2. Last season, racing in the stakes, he had 25 starts with 14 times in the top 3 with 3 wins and over $25,500 in the bank. Took a record of 156-4 right here in Summerside. That is the 3, Chromed Up with Corey McPherson at 2-1. And there we see the 4, Big Pond Cash, 4-year-old bay horse by Pang Shui for Matt and David Burke and Ryan and Everett McLeod. Earl Watts trains. Paul Langell will do the driving. This horse has been impressive since his qualifier. On May the 16th at Charlottetown, he left from post 4. Cut it out, just beat by a nose, finishing second, 156-4, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. And then that start at Charlottetown, May the 23rd, left from 3. Was a leader in deep stretch, but got collared, finishing second by a nose, 156-1, 29-3. Closing quarter, Paul Langell in the bike for both of those. He's going to be knocking on the door tonight, and he could get it all. That's the 4, Big Pond Cash with Paul Langell at 5-2. Tonight's 7th race has a field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Abiding Art, Hockey's Day O, Chromed Up. Big Pond Cash, Apple Pie, Moonshine, Animosity, and Sword from the Stone. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, chromed up and abiding art, leaving out Hockey's Dale, third one to make the turn. Big Pond Cash fourth, coming up fifth, Sword from the Stone. Apple Pie Moonshine will get away sixth, and the early trailer Animosity up the backstretch and guarding the cones. Abiding art and the Blue Knight Use out in front. Second, that is chromed up, capping early third is Hockey's Dale. Sword from the Stone, he dropped in fourth. Racing from fifth is Big Pond Cash. Sixth is Apple Pie Moonshine. Animosity trails the field. The opening quarter was solid, 28 and 1. Racing with the lead, Abiding Art tracking on his back. Second, that's chromed up. Third, around the turn is Hockey's Dale. Sword from the Stone. Racing fourth. Then fifth as they arrive at the half mile. That's Big Pond Cash. Apple Pie Moonshine is sixth and gapped out in seventh. That is Animosity. At the midway point, Abiding Art got them there, and he's rolling. 56-4 was the half mile. Abiding Art the leader with 3/8 to go, and chromed up is getting a textbook two-hole ride. Hockey's Dale starting to close in a little from third. Going to the outside fourth. Sword from the Stone. Big Pond Cash on the outside fifth. Up the rail, Apple Pie Moonshine. And a gapped out trailer. That is Animosity. The three-quarters completed. And Abiding Art was there in 1:26-2. With a shade more than an eighth of a mile to go. Abiding Art trying to take them all the way. Chromed up. Looks like the only one with a shot at the leader. Now third on the far outside. Big Pond Cash. Deep stretch now. Abiding Art. Chromed up on the outside. Abiding Art and the Blue Knight Use. They hang on. Chromed up second. Big Pond Cash will finish third. Time for the mile. 1:56-2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's seventh race. Abiding Art using rail control. He'll go right down the road tonight for Jason Hughes to double up in the bike. 28-1 the half and 56-4. 1:26-2 to three-quarters, and here's the stretch drive. It looked like chromed up was going to go by him, but Abiding Art digging back in at the rail. Jason Hughes working on him, and he gets him there, folks, tonight. 1:56-2, his second win of the season. Back-to-back right here at Summerside, and his seventh lifetime win for Abiding Art. I know somebody that I work with. Going to be pretty happy tonight. And Andrea Leckie, she should be here watching. In for second, that's the three chromed up. Big Pond Cash in there for third. It's a 1-3-4 ice cold for me here in the seventh. We're going to see Abiding Art and Jason Hughes. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Abiding Art moving to the seventh race winner's circle. By pacing gelding, he's 4 by Roll With It Harry. Off the Art Major Dam Ding. Owned by Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge. Bred by Christina Leckie of Baltic. trained by George Renison. Jason Hughes, the Blue Knights, got a driving double tonight. The wire-to-wire effort in 156 and 2. Abiding Art in the 7th. Now the official results in the 7th, Abiding Art the winner. Hockey's J.O. 4th, Chromed Up was 2nd. Big Pond Cash 3rd. Apple Pie Moonshine 5th. Animosity was 7th. Sword from the Stone finished 6th. They went 28 and 1, 56 and 4, 126 and 2, and the mile in 156 and 2. In review 142. 3576. Abiding Art paid $450. The Exactor 3120, Triactor 3290, Superfecta 921.
Follow Red Shores official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, gaming floors. This includes any postponements, delays, or rescheduling of official dates. Get the information you need from our Red Shores official platforms. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 8th race, a field of 6. I'm going to go with a 2-1-3. Post-time picks like 2-1-6. And the classifier's choice is 2-1-5 in tonight's 8th race in 7 minutes.
Hamac exclusive on the 8th race post parade, owned by Leith and Leslie Wade and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Wade. Corey McPherson drives. 2 is Tony Too Tall, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Luke Burke, Brady Sweetup. 0260, number 3, home of the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sir Paul Melanson, Jason Hughes driving. Brookdale Thomas 4, home of Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. 5 is Freeman's Legacy, owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer driver. 6 is Broke and Eddie Gas, owned and trained by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, Landon Campbell above the wheels. Down to just 2 minutes to post time. Red Shores is proud to present the HPI PEI players an exciting offer for 2026. When you wager on Woodbine Standard Bred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI Bet points. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores.
Heading out to the track for tonight's 8th race, a field of 6. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. And Matthew McLean tells me it's a little bit chilly out there. Landing on the 2, Tony Too Tall, a 10-year-old black gelding by Big Bad John for Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec. Luke Burke is the trainer and Brady Sweet in the bike. What a trip this horse went his last one. May the 23rd at Charlottetown, left from 5, sat 2, finished 3rd, just got beat by 3/4 of a length in 1:53 and 4, pacing a mile in 1:54 flat, closing it out in 27 and 2. A snappy last quarter for this fella. Last year he had 3 wins from 14 tries, over $17,000 in the bank, and our season's best at Charlottetown of 1:53 and 3. This fella likes to motor, and I think he'll be motoring tonight. Tony Too Tall. I believe this horse might have been in the Governor's Plate last season. 1-4 right now with Brady Sweet in the bike. There's a look at the rail sitter. Hamac exclusive. 5-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride for Leith and Leslie Waite and Jimmy Gorman. Les Waite is the trainer. Corey McPherson will do the driving. Another good start for this horse in his last one, May 23rd at Charlottetown. Left from post 3. He was in that race with Tony Too Tall. Finished 7th, paced a good mile, 1:55 and 1, 27 and 4. Snappy last quarter. Took a record last season at Charlottetown of 1:54 and 3. And he had 27 starts, with 20 of those in the top 3, with over $21,000 in the bank and 6 wins. And as I mentioned, that record of 1:54 and 3 at Charlottetown. Hamac exclusive, leaving on the rail with Corey McPherson. Good odds, 6-1. And there's a look at the 3-0-2-60. 3-year-old bay gelding by Tobago Cays for the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Sifwa Melanson is the trainer. Jason Hughes will do the driving. This colt was impressive last season with 14 starts, 7 wins, over $70,000 in the bank, and a record of 1:56 and 3 taken at Charlottetown. Last start, Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division here on May the 24th. Left from 4. Finished 2nd, just got beat by a length, pacing a mile in 1:57 and 2. Closed it out 28 and 4. David Dowling was in the bike for that one. Post 3 tonight. Jason Hughes looking to triple up here on 0-260. Don't let him get away at those odds, folks. 15-1. Tonight's 8th race as a field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Halmack exclusive, Tony Too Tall, 0260. Brookdale Thomas Freeman's Legacy and Broke, and Eddie Gas. It's the 8th up on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. One Halmack exclusive off stride at the start, and there they go. Off end pacing, leaving out Tony Too Tall to his outside. That is Freeman's Legacy. Third one around the turn, 0260. To get away fourth, Brookdale Thomas on the outside. Broken Eddie Gas fifth, and on the run in the backfield, Halmack exclusive, quarter pole bound. It was Freeman's Legacy, the leader. And now up and out on the outside, here's Tony Too Tall to take over top spot as they arrive at the quarter. Tony Too Tall has cleared for Brady Sweet. Now Freeman's Legacy is second, 0260. Has third on the turn, 29 and 1 the quarter mile. Brookdale Thomas fourth, racing with the leaders fifth. Broken Eddie Gas in the backfield. That's Halmack exclusive. Towards the half mile they come, and the heavy favorite will be the midway point leader, Tony Too Tall. Halfway home, Freeman's Legacy goes second, then in third, 0260. Brookdale Thomas continues fourth with Broken Eddie Gas fifth. Halmack exclusive sixth, 59 seconds flat for a half a mile on stressful fractions here, and they're going next to three quarters. Tony Too Tall, the leader. Freeman's Legacy, the two-hole ride, 0260, continuing third. Brookdale Thomas fourth, Broken Eddie Gas fifth. Halmack exclusive sixth. The three quarters in the books. Tony Too Tall got him there in 1:27 and 4. Shade more than an eighth of a mile left to go, and Tony Too Tall turning for home. Freeman's Legacy coming to the outside for the stretch drive, 0260 along the rail third. Deep stretch now. Here's Freeman's Legacy and Jacob Sweet on the line. 0260 was closing up with Tony Too Tall in a place picture. Time for the mile, 1:56 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. Tony Too Tall drove up to the front at the quarter in 29 and 1, the half in at 59 seconds flat. Through a third quarter at them in 28 and 4 for three quarters in 1:27 and 4. And here's the stretch drive. Freeman's Legacy drove by him like he was stopped to win this one tonight in 1:56 flat. Coming up the inside, 0260 nails Tony Too Tall on the line for second. So it is Freeman's Legacy, the winner, 0260 in there for second. Tony Too Tall third. It's 5-3-2 unofficially. In tonight's 8th race, we're going to see the 5, Freeman's Legacy and Jacob Sweet. They're heading to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in a moment.
He's been a nice raceway horse for owner Mackenzie Arsenault. Speaking of the 5, Freeman's Legacy going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by Peng Shui. Off the Stonebridge Terror Dam, Camco Terra. Owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. Bred by Blair Campbell of Darlington. Trained and driven to victory by Jacob Sweet. Time for the mile is 1:56 flat. Freeman's Legacy in the 8th. Now the official results in race 8, Hamac Exclusive 6th. Tony Too Tall 3rd. 0260 finished 2nd. Brookdale Thomas was 5th. Freeman's Legacy, the race winner. Broken Out of Gas finished 4th. They went 29 and 1, 59, 127 and 4, and the mile in 156. In review, it's 632, 514. Freeman's Legacy paid $10.50. The Exactor $64.30. Triactor $225.30. And the Superfecta was $231.02.
It's time to get your 50-50 draw tickets ready. Here is the winning number for $358. The winning number is 271964. For $358, the winning number is 271964. Good luck. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside. 8 races in the books. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association Atlantic Sire Stakes, and we want to thank them. They're the title sponsor of the 2026 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. For race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca. And we will slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. Note the scratch of number 5, La Vie en Rose. Number 5, La Vie en Rose, has been scratched, so I'm going to go with a 4-7-2. Post time picks like 7-4-2. Classifiers choice is 4-7-2 in tonight's 9th race in 7 minutes. And there's a look at that place photo from tonight's 8th race. You're seeing 0260, nipping Tony Too Tall on the line. That's a great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Racers and their drivers for the 9th race on Post Parade. Better Zone number 1. Claire Sweet of O'Leary is the owner and the trainer. Brady Sweet drives. 2 is James Rains, owned by Donald Sweet of O'Leary. Dana Sweet, trainer driver. 3, Mr. William, owned by Suzanne McKeegan and Mike James, trained by Kyle Marchbank, Kyle DeRoche. Mark it up, number 4, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet is the trainer driver. 5, Le'Veon Rose is scratch. Number 6, Hamac Charger, owned by Paul Conway of Bon John, Zach Conway of Charlottetown, trained by Paul Conway, driven tonight by Corey McPherson. 7 is Silver Jake, owned, trained, and driven by Devin Wallace of Bloomfield. Number 8 is Starship SLX, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watson, driven by Paul Langell. Number 9 is Elm Grove Treasure, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove, trained by Jeff Wallace. The driver is Jason Hughes. Only 2 minutes to post time. Ladner's Source for Sports is proud to present the Cecil Ladner Memorial on Saturday, June 13th.
That's right. That is next Saturday night. Already made reservations. Have a few people coming down to watch the Ladner in Charlottetown from work. Is the first event in the Atlantic Invitational Series on the road to the Premier's Cup, and will feature some of the top horses in the Maritimes. For a schedule of the Atlantic Invitational Series race dates, go to peiharnessracing.ca. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. Scratch the 5, Le'Veon Rose. There's the top choice. Mark It Up, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach for Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet, the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown May the 23rd, left from 2 and finished 3rd, just beat a length and a quarter. 158 and 2, closing it out 29 and 2. He's got 4 wins last season. Over $20,000 in the bank last season, too, from 33 tries, and took a record of 158 and 3 at Truro Raceway. Still looking for his first win of this season. Could be tonight. Mark It Up with Jacob Sweet looking to go back-to-back, and they are your current choice at 2 to 5. Here's a look at the 7, Silver Jake, an 8-year-old bay gelding by Cougar Hall. For Devin Wallace of Bloomfield, he owns, trains, and drives. Started at Charlottetown May 23rd, left from 4. Cut it all out, finishing 2nd, just beat by 3/4 of a length. Race time 158 and 2, 29 and 3 closing quarter. Mark Campbell was in the bike. 4th start in a couple of seasons for Silver Jake. Post 7, Devin Wallace aboard, 9 to 2. And there we see the 2, James Rains, a 6-year-old bay horse by Lazarus. For Donnie Sweet of O'Leary, and his boy Dana Sweet is the trainer and the driver. Started here May the 18th from post 2, finished 2, just beat by 2 lengths, 201 and 1, 31 and 3. Closing quarter. He had a win last season, 156 and 3, right here at Summerside. That was a new race win record, 3rd win of his lifetime. That's the 2, James Rains with Dana Sweet at 4 to 1. Tonight's 9th race, scratch down a field of 8, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Better Zone, James Rain, Mr. William, Mark It Up, Hamac Charger, Silver Jake, and Starship SLX up front. Trailer this time around, Elm Grove Treasure, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing James Rains will get the first call. Mark It Up is coming with him. In between horses, Mr. William, as they round the turn towards the rail. Better Zone fourth. Moving up fifth is Hamac Charger. Away sixth is Elm Grove Treasure. On the outside, Silver Jake is seventh, followed by the trailer, Starship SLX. So Mark It Up and Jacob Sweet made the lead, and they have a 2-length lead at the opening quarter mile. Second is James Rains, away in third, Better Zone. Then in fourth, that's Mr. William. Racing from fifth is Hamac Charger. They open it up in 29 and 1. Freewheeling up front, Mark It Up. Clear by 4 open. Second along the rail is James Rains. Better Zone third, Mr. William. He has fourth. Then in fifth, Hamac Charger. There goes Silver Jake. Starting the backfield in motion 6. From the outside in 7, Starship SLX. And now the trailer, Elm Grove Treasure, halfway home in the 9th. On the front end, Mark It Up, the midway point leader in 58 and 4. Second is James Rains, now on the outside and moving third. Better Zone. Up fourth on the outside is Silver Jake. On the rail fifth, that is Mr. William. 3 wide out of the backfield, Starship SLX. Then between horses, that's Hamac Charger and the trailer, Elm Grove Treasure. They're well group in here. Up front, it's Mark It Up, the leader. Second is James Rains. Way out there. Starship SLX is coming late third. 1:29 and 2 the 3/4, and they're homeward bound. Led by Mark It Up. Starship SLX right alongside. James Rains closing in at the rail third. Deep stretch now. Starship SLX for Paul Angel. Mark It Up held second. James Rains will finish third. And the time for the mile, 1:59.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 9th race. Mark It Up goes to the front, 29 and 1. Down to the half in 58 and 4, 129 and 2. That's when Starship SLX was out there in no man's land, 3 or 4 wide. Here's the stretch drive. Didn't see this one coming. Great drive by Paul Angel. He opened the night up with a win, and he's going to get this one tonight for his double. Mark It Up in there for second. Up the rail third. That is James Rains is coming on, and he is going to get the show dough, as Kurt Hughes would say, but we're going to see Starship SLX as he wins this one tonight in 1:59 and 4. That is his 4th lifetime win. First start of 2026, he makes it a winning one in there for second. Mark It Up, and as I mentioned, James Rains is third. So we got 8-4-2 unofficially in tonight's 9th race. We'll see Starship SLX and Paul Angel. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle in a moment.
Starship SLX on his way into the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from the 9th race. Big Pacing Gelding 4 by Bet the Moon off the Camelot Hall Dam. Romance in Camelot, a homebred of Claude Portier's. Conditioned by Earl Watts. Paul Langell, second winner for the double. The miles in 159 and 4. Starship SLX in the 9th. Now the official results from the 9th race. Better Zone finished 8th and had broken equipment. James Raines 3rd. Mr. William 5th. Marquis Adop was 2nd. Le'Veon Rose was scratched. Hamac Charger finished 6th. Silver Jake was 7th. Starship SLX, the race winner. Elm Grove Treasure finished 4th. 29 and 1. 58 and 4, 129 and 2, and the mile was 159 and 4. In review, 835, 2 scratch 6, 714. Starship SLX paid 18.20 on the nose. The exactor 65.60. The triactor 290.10. Superfecta paid 808.93.
The McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, August 1st at Red Shores in Charlottetown. Following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner.
PL Quicksand on the 10th race post parade, owned by Kelvin Ramsey of Summerside, Billy Companion of Musqueam. Billy does the training, Kenny Murphy drives. 2 Thinking of Eddie, on the tire repair of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West, trained and driven by Brady Sweet. Number 3 is Rose Run X-Con, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, for trainer-driver Nick Oakes. 4 Laugh Again Hanover, owned by Ashley Gamester, Blair and Eric McLaughlin. Ashley does the training, driven by Jason Hughes. 5 LaBarbe, owned by Cameron Racing, Brenda McGinnis and Lynn Whitlock. Taylor Doyle does the conditioning, driven by Corey McPherson. Roll with it, darling, number 6. Devin Wallace, training and driving for owner Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton. 3 minutes to post time. The Governor's Plate eliminations are Sunday, July 12th, followed by the final on Saturday, July 18th, and proudly presented by Warren Ellis and Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race, celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Mountain Fire wins Governor's Plate 52. Acapulco and Barrio have won the Governor's Plate.
But it's Fuel Caranango winning the Governor's Plate.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
And that's just around the corner, folks. Eliminations July the 12th, the Governor's Plate week July the 14th and the 18th, with the final on Saturday, July the 18th, post time at 5 o'clock. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show Wagering. Landing on that fella right there on the rail, PL Quicksand, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight for Butch Ramsey and Billy Companion. Billy Companion trains, and Kenny Murphy in the bike. Very, very impressive qualifier here on May the 24th. Left from post 6 right to the front. He was a winner by 9 3/4 in 1:55.3, closing it out in a snappy 27-2. First start of the season. He's on the rail. That's PL Quicksand with Kenny Murphy at 3 to 5. There we get a peek at the 4. Laugh Again Hanover. He's an 8-year-old bay horse by McCardle for Ashley Gamester, Blair and Eric McLaughlin. Ashley Gamester trains as Jason Hughes in the bike, looking for win number 3 tonight. Started at Charlottetown May 23rd, left from post 6, finished 3rd, just beat a length. 159 flat, 28-4. Closing quarter, raced here on May the 18th, left from 3 and finished 4th. Race time 157 flat with a closing quarter of 28 seconds flat. He had 6 wins last season, over $14,000 in the bank, and a 156 flat season's best at Charlottetown. That's the 4. Laugh Again Hanover with Jason Hughes, 11 to 1. And there's that good-looking mare right there. Roll With It, Darling. She's a 5-year-old bay mare by Roll With It, Harry for Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton. Devin Wallace is the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown May 23rd, left on the rail. Finished second, just beat by half a length. 157-4, 29 seconds flat. On the end of it, Gilles Barrio was in the bike. That is the 6. Roll With It, Darling with Devin Wallace. Coulda Huds, 36 to 1. Tonight's 10th race has a field of 6, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
PL Quickset. Thinking of Eddie, Rose Run X-Con. Laugh Again Hanover, LaBarbe, Roll with a Darling, half a dozen noses. Moving up to the 10th race starting gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing. Thinking of Eddie, PL Quicksand leaving out. Third one to the turn, Rose Run X-Con to get away fourth. That's Laugh Again Hanover. LaBarbe will go fifth, and the early trailer, that will be Roll with a Darling as their quarter pole bound. Guarding the cones, PL Quicksand. In line to Kenny Murphy will show the way. Thinking of Eddie, the long shots in the 2-hole, racing from third, Rose Run X-Con. Fourth at the rail, that's Laugh Again Hanover. LaBarbe has fifth, and the trailer sixth. Roll with it, Darling. They arrived at the quarter in 28 and 2. PL Quicksand, the fraction setter, as they round the paddock turn first time. 2-hole ride is Thinking of Eddie, Rose Run X-Con. Coming out of the turn third. Fourth, that's Laugh Again Hanover. LaBarbe goes fifth, and a Roll with it, Darling sixth. They're halfway home, and with the lead by almost 3, PL Quicksand. Second, Thinking of Eddie. Then in third, that's Rose Run X-Con. Fourth, Laugh Again Hanover. LaBarbe fifth. Roll with it, Darling sixth. 57 and 2 for a half a mile. PL Quicksand getting away on him here. Second is Thinking of Eddie. Rose Run X-Con third. Fourth on the outside, LaBarbe at the rail. Laugh Again Hanover. And then the trailer. That is Roll with it, Darling. PL Quicksand is driving away on them here. Second, that is Thinking of Eddie. 1:25 and 4, the three-quarter time. This one is all, and I mean all over. PL Quicksand absolutely destroying them in here. Thinking of Eddie is second. Rose Run X-Con third. PL Quicksand, Kenny Murphy on the line. Rose Run X-Con looks to be second. It might have been Thinking of Eddie third. Time for the mile. 1:54.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. I wondered how he'd handle the rail. This horse is a big horse, folks. Sometimes a big horse leaving on the rail is not a great thing, but he got away really good tonight. Kenny Murphy just eased him out of there. Went to the front, 28-2, the half in 57-2, 1:25-40. Still had a last quarter in 29 seconds flat to chuck at them, folks. Tonight, he mile in 1:54.4. Very happy for the connections of Butchie Ramsey and Billy Companion and driver Kenny Murphy. That's a great shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media. He gets it done here tonight in 1:54.4. Kenny Murphy doubles up. Up for second is the 3, Rose Run X-Con. Is very close on the line for third, but now posted the 2, Thinking of Eddie in there for third. It's 1-3-2 unofficially in the 10th. We'll see PL Quicksand and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
PL Quicksand. Quite a performance tonight. Going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle from the 10th. Bay Pacing Gowling, 6 years, the son of Better's Delight, off the Sports Rider Dam, PL Knickers. Home of Butchie Ramsey of Summerside and Billy Companion of Muscush, bred by Princely Acres and Douglas Simon. Trained by Billy Companion, in the hands of Kenny Murphy. Kenny's second winner for the double, but he put the big fella on top at every call to win in 154 and 4. PL Quicksand in the 10th. Now the official results from the 10th race. PL Quicksand, the race winner. Thinking of Eddie was third. Rose Run Ex-Con second. Laugh Again Hanover fourth. LaBarbe finished fifth. Roll with It Darling was sixth. The fractions were 28 and 2. 57 and 2. 125 and 4. And the mile in 154 and 4. In review, 132. 4, 5, 6. PL Quicksand, paid $230. The exactor was $12.80, triactor $69.20, and the superfecta $12.62.
Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a pick four as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The late pick four will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores, Summerside, and Charlottetown, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 11th race. A good field of 6 in here. I'm going 6-4-3, as is the classifier. Post time picks going 6-5-3 in tonight's 11th race in 6 minutes. And there's a look at that close show photo from tonight's 10th race. You're seeing the 2, Thinking of Eddie, by about a head over the 4, Laugh Again Hanover. That's a great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Brookdale J. Mack on the 11th race parade. Owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives. 2 Sharkey. Owned by Taylor Doyle and Jack McGurk of Kensington. Taylor trains and drives. 3 Little Leroy. Owned by Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable. Trained by Joe Baxter and driven by Kenny Murphy. Louis the Great, number 4, owned by Leith Wade of Summerside, Leslie and Spencer Wade of Charlottetown. Leslie is the trainer. Corey McPherson drives. Almost Amos, number 5, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of Valeri. Darla does the trailing. The drive goes to Jason Hughes. 6 is Dusty Lane Levi, owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford, trained by Earl Watts. Brady Sweets above the wheels. Only 2 minutes to post time. A special thank you going out to Berkey by the Bay Stables, title sponsor of the 2026 Island Oceans Trot Series.
That'll be coming up soon. The Island Oceans Trot Series. Title sponsor Berkey by the Bay Stables. A big thank you to Berkey by the Bay Stables, sponsor of the Island Oceans Trot Series. Well, let's head out to the track for tonight's 11th race. Good field of horses in here. Field of 6, landing on the 6, Dusty Lane Levi. Owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford. Earl Watts trains. Brady Sweet gets the call to drive tonight. This 4-year-old bay gelding by Lather Up. Coming out of the very, very, very competitive preferred one. His last start at Charlottetown, May 23rd, left from 2. Finished 4th, 153-2, closing it out in 27 seconds flat. 9 wins last season from 25 tries. Over $67,000 in the bank. And a 153-1 season's best at Woodbine Mohawk Park. 2 wins this season, including a new record at Woodbine of 152-3. Dusty Lane Levi leaves 6 tonight with Brady Sweet aboard at 3-4. There's a look at the 4, Louis the Great, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Danson Lou for Leith Wade of Summerside, Les Wade and Spencer Wade of Charlottetown. Les Wade trains. Corey McPherson will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown May 23rd, left from 2 and finished 4th, 155 flat, closing it out in 28-3. He had 7 wins last season from 26 tries. Over $19,000 in the bank and a record right here at Summerside of 155-2. That is the 4, Louis the Great and Corey McPherson. Right now, 7-1. Tonight's 11th race has a good-looking field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Brookdale J. Mack, Sharkey, Little Leroy, Louis the Great, Almost Amos, Dusty Lane Levi. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing Brookdale J. Mack leaving out Sharkey between horses. Little Leroy joining them from the outside third. Fourth one as they make their way round the turn. That's Louis the Great. To get away in fifth is Almost Amos. And then the trailer, Dusty Lane Levi. To the backstretch they go to the quarter. Little Leroy, his lead is short-lived. Brookdale J. Mack pounces on the leader for Paul Langell. And they clear as they race to the quarter. Little Leroy is second. Sharkey goes third. Louis the Great, he's in fourth. That's Almost Amos fifth. Dusty Lane Levi, the trailer sixth. 28 and 2 opened it up as they round the paddock turn on the point. Brookdale J. Mack is the leader. Little Leroy out of the turn second. Sharkey are racing third. Then fourth is Louis the Great. That's Almost Amos fifth, followed by the trailer. Edging out is Dusty Lane Levi halfway home. And the leader there, Brookdale J. Mack, and he arrived in 56 and 2. 28 seconds flat in the second quarter. 3/8 of a mile to go, and on the front end, Brookdale J. Mack, the leader. Little Leroy is second, Sharkey third. There goes Louis the Great, first up fourth. Almost Amos following him on the outside fifth. Dusty Lane Levi, the post-time favorite, has a lot of work to do, and running out of time to do it. By the three quarters, 3 in, 3 out, 3/4 tripped in 1, 26 and 1, 1/8 of a mile to go. Louis the Great strikes the front. Almost Amos now on the outside second. Dusty Lane Levi is coming third. Down the stretch they come. Louis the Great, Almost Amos on the outside. On the wire, here's Louis the Great and Corey McPherson. Second is Almost Amos. Dusty Lane Levi will finish third. Time for the mile in 1:56 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. Brookdale J. Mack struck the front 28-2, the half 56 and 2. Louis the Great came calling 126 and 1 to 3/4. Here is the stretch drive, and we're seeing Almost Amos. I thought he might go by here, but it looks like he might have some broken gear. He might not too, as Louis the Great is going to strike the lead here to win tonight for Corey McPherson in 156 and 1. I like seeing the Waits get the wins. They're pretty good guys, those Waits, Leith and Les and Spencer Waite. So congratulations to you guys on the win. In for second is the 5 Almost Amos. Dusty Lane Levi third. It is 4, 5, 6 unofficially in tonight's 11th race. So we're going to see Louis the Great and Corey McPherson. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Louis the Great on his way to the 11th race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding, he's 4 by Dancin' Lou. Off the Shadow Play Dam, Tinker Bella. Home by Leith Wade of Summerside, Leslie and Spencer Wade of Charlottetown. Leslie does the training, and Corey McPherson will pick up the winning drive. Time of the mile in 156 and 1/5. Louis the Great in the 11th. Here's the official results now from race 11. Brookdale J. Mack 5th. Sharkey finished 6th. Little Leroy 4th. Louis the Great, the race winner. Almost Amos was 2nd. Dusty Lane Levi finished 3rd. They went 28-2, 56-2, 126-1, and the Mild in 156-1. In review, 5-6-4, 1-2-3. Louis the Great paid $640. The exactor was $40.70. The triactor $116.50, and the superfecta was $17.68.
Once again, here's your 50-50 winning number for $358. Hasn't been claimed yet. 271964 for $358. 271964. Good luck. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Governor's Plate second chance draws. They're back right here at Red Shores Summerside on live race days. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drum for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes one table of 4 on Governor's Plate night, one night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs and wagering vouchers, plus $500 cash. The grand prize draw is July the 1st. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 12th race. I'm going to go with a 1-3-2. Post time picks also at 1-3-2. Classifiers choices 3-2-1 in the 12th race in 7 minutes.
Woodmere Ideal Art on the 12th race post parade, home of the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeport, New Brunswick. Trained by Sifoy Melanson. Jason Hughes drives. Mappo O'Reilly, number 2, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point. Trained by Taylor Doyle. Corey McPherson up. 3 Benham Alive, owned by Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown. The trainer driver is Jacob Sweet. Hands Off Nose In, number 4, gets Paul Angel driving tonight for owner-trainer Ralph Sweet, O'Leary. 5 is Elm Grove Talia, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Shane Baglow. Trained by Luke Burke, Kenny Murphy. Hamac Maximus 6, owned by Grace Story of Montague. Trained by Tammy Collins. The drive goes to Jeremy Baker. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 12, 4 to post. Race Day Live continues with the HBI Bet app and how you can sign up in 3 easy steps.
Feel the thrill of the track anytime, anywhere. Download the new HP iBet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HP iBet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's 12th race. Good looking field in here. Field of 6. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the rail sitter in here, Woodmere Ideal Art. He's an 11-year-old horse by articulator for the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Sifuad Melanson is the trainer, and Jason Hughes gets along with this horse real well. He'll do the driving. 4 wins last season, over $13,000 in the bank, and a season's best of 156-3 here at Summerside. His second start of the season. Tour Raceway on May 22nd. He left from 3 and he made a break, finishing 7th, so we'll throw that one out. He qualified in Charlottetown May 28th from post 4, finishing second, 158-3, 29 flat on the end of it. Jason Hughes was in the bike, and he's on the rail tonight, and folks, he can leave with the car. I think he'll be there. Jason Hughes looking to triple up tonight on Woodmere Ideal Art, 7-1. There we see the 3, Bet 'em Alive. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Lazarus for Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin. Jacob Sweet is now the trainer and the driver. Qualified in Charlottetown May 28th, left from 3. A winner by 2 in 158-1, 29-1. Closing quarter last season, over $30,000 and 5 wins from 33 tries. 154-3 record taken at Charlottetown. This is his 4th start of the season. That's Bet 'em Alive. Tried him free-legged for a couple of starts. He just didn't like that. Anyway, he's got the hobbles back on tonight, and he's leaving from 3. Bet 'em Alive with Jacob Sweet. Jacob Sweet is looking to double up tonight, and they are at 4-5. There we get a look at the 2, Mappo O'Reilly. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach for Haley Curry of Rocky Point. Taylor Doyle, the trainer. Corey McPherson is in the bike, looking to go back-to-back tonight. Last start in Charlottetown, May 23rd, left from 4, finished 3rd. 157-1, 29-2 closing quarter. Mark Campbell was in the bike. 5 wins last season from 33 tries, over $19,000 in the bank, and a 155-4 season's best at Charlottetown. That's Mappo O'Reilly from post 2 with Corey McPherson at 5-1. So we'll look at the odds board for tonight's 12th race with Woodmere Ideal Art on the rail and Jason Hughes at 6-1. The 2, Mappo O'Reilly and Corey McPherson at 6-1. Bet 'em Alive from 3 with Jacob Sweets taking all the money at 1-4. The 4 and Hands Off Nose In and Paul Angel at 28-1. 5, Elm Grove Talia with Kenny Murphy at 6-1. And on the outside 6, Halmac Maximus with Jeremy Baker at 5-1. That's the field for the 12th as they approach the starting gate. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 12th race as a field of 6, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Ideal Art, Mappo O'Reilly, Bet 'em Alive, Hands Off, Nose In, Elm Grove Talia, and Halmac Maximus are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go, off and pacing. Bedlam Alive is leaving. Woodmere Ideal Art at the rail. Between them, Maple O'Reilly. That trio on the inside leave out. Dropping in to be fourth, hands off, nose in, away fifth. Elm Grove Talia. Early trailer, Hamac Maximus. Up the backstretch they go to the opening quarter. A little tussle on the front end. A little to it and at it and to it. And here comes Bedlam Alive to clear the lead. In line to Jacob Sweet. Woodmere Ideal Art took him on. He now settles up for the two-hole ride. Maple O'Reilly's away third. 29 seconds flat the opening quarter. Hands off, nose in, will round the turn from fourth. That's Elm Grove Talia fifth. Trailing the field, Hamac Maximus down the stretch. They're in straight alignment towards the half mile. On the point, Bedlam Alive is the fraction setter. Racing from second along the rail, Woodmere Ideal Art third. That's Maple O'Reilly on the move in the outside. Fourth, Hamac Maximus underway. Fifth is hands off, nose in. Elm Grove Talia the trailer. 1 minute and 2. A pedestrian 31 and 2 second panel here for this group. They're on route next to the three quarters. Bedlam Alive the leader. Up to challenge Hamac Maximus. Then in third. In at the rail, Woodmere Ideal Art. Maple O'Reilly is tipped down from fourth. Hands off, nose in fifth. On the outside, sixth. That's Elm Grove Talia. They're paired up. 3 in, 3 out. 3 quarters up in 1:30 and 2 down to an eighth of a mile to go. Bedlam Alive there at the rail. Hamac Maximus grinding away first up. Third on the inside is Woodmere Ideal Art. Maple O'Reilly fourth. Deep stretch now. And here's Woodmere Ideal Art. Wow, the veteran may have got there in the middle. Hamac Maximus, he's in that win photo. And the time for the mile, 1:58.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. And Bedlam Alive gets to the front, 29, the half a minute, 2, 1:30 and 2 3/4. I could see Woodmere Ideal Art swelling up in the 2-hole. I thought he was going to take the passing lane, but Jason angles him out because a horse in horse racing likes to move to the outside usually better than the passing lane, and he comes up on the outside here and splits horses at the wire. And Woodmere Ideal Art's not posted. Yes, it's now posted. Woodmere Ideal Art gets up to win this one tonight in 1:58 and 4. In for second, that is the 6 Hamac Maximus. Up for third is the 2 Mapo O'Reilly. It's 1:62 unofficially in tonight's 12th race. Jason Hughes triples up. Woodmere Ideal Art and Jason Hughes are going to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Well, the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, enjoying his night here at historic Summerside Raceway. He'll visit the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle for the third time, and Woodmere Ideal Art will bring him there. Bay Pacing gelding 11 by Articulator. Off the Western Ideal Dam, Very Ideal Hanover. Home of the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. Trained by Sir Floyd Melanson. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, has his driving triple. The mile 1:58 and 4. Woodmere Ideal Art in the 12th. Here's the official results from the 12th race. Woodmere Ideal Art was the race winner. Maple O'Reilly finished third. Venom Alive fourth. Hands Off Nose in fifth. Elm Grove Talia was sixth. Halmac Maximus finished second. Fractions of 29. 1 minute 2. 1:30 and 2. And the mile in 1:58 and 4. In review, 134. 562. Woodmere Ideal Art at $770. The Exactor $60. The Triactor was $837.60. Superfecta was $83.22.
And just one more reminder for horse people, the nomination deadline for the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series is Tuesday, June 9th at 1 o'clock. The nomination fee is $100 and can be paid by cash or check. Full conditions for the Graduate Series can be found on the Red Shores Racing page under the Horseperson's Information tab. For more information, call the Red Shores Race Office at 902-629-6634. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. 12 races in the books. What a close finish that was. Jason Hughes just got his third win of the night. Great to see Jason here tonight driving in Summerside. Let's talk about the Atlantic Regional Driving Championship. Paul Langell. He'll be one of 8 drivers competing in the 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship. In 2025, Langell had 750 starts, 134 wins, 100 second place finishes, and 108 third place finishes. $636,000 in earnings and a 300 driving average. That's quite impressive. The 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship takes place on June 23rd right here at Red Shores in Summerside. And there's the selections for the upcoming 13th race feature. I'm going to go 142, as is the classifier. Post time picks at 152 in the 13th race in 5 minutes.
Preferred Pacers set for the 13th race post parade. Number 1, House Edge Hanover. Owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson, Jason Hughes driving. 2 is Doc Awesome, owned by Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Darla does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. 3 is Brookdale Johnny, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives. Sobble Attack wears number 4 for owners Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callbeck of Summerside. Paul does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. 5 is Hamac Charmer, owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario, trained by Kyle Williams, Ryan DeRoche in the sulky. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 13, and Rocky, you and I are coming back with our selections in the preferred, and we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And Rocky, I looked over quickly, caught your selections, and I'm going to match you stride for stride here in tonight's featured. I like the 1 House Edge Hanover over the 4 Sobble Attack and the 2 Doc Awesome. I threw in the 5 Hamac Charmer if you're playing the Superfecta tonight. I like 1, 4, 2, 5 from the booth, Mr. Skirman.
Bang on. 1, 4, 2, 5. That one horse, he likes to leave too. He can leave 100 miles an hour, and he's leaving off the rail. And Jason Hughes, I think, will have him right in position, right on the gate. And I think Jason Hughes is going to get his 4th win tonight. Remember last season, Vance, this horse raced really well here for Kenny Murphy. He got a couple of wins later on in the season here in Summerside. So 1, 4, 2 for Vance and 1, 4, 2 for me. Get in and good luck in the feature here tonight at Summerside. Tonight's winner of the 50-50 draw, Butch Ramsey from Summerside. Congratulations. Let's have a quick look at the odds board in tonight's feature race. House Edge Hanover, Jason Hughes going for win number 4 tonight on the rail at even money. The 2, Doc Awesome and Corey McPherson at 7-2. Brookdale Johnny is 3 with Paul Angel at 2-1. The 4, Sobble Attack, last week's winner. Kenny Murphy aboard for the ride last week, 154-4. Very impressive. They're 7-2. Hamac Charmer leaves 5 on the outside with Ryan DeRoche, and they are at 9-1. That is the field for tonight's feature race 13. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 13th race feature has a field of 5. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Oh, Rocky, I got your man up here, Don McNeil. First time that we've met. We've got him here for the featured preferred on this Tuesday night in Summerside. They're lining up. House Edge Hanover, Doc Awesome, Brookdale Johnny, Sobble Attack, Hamac Charmer. Here they come. Rough and pacing. Doc Awesome fires out for the first call. Second into the turn is House Edge Hanover. Sobble Attack will round the turn from third to get away fourth. That's Brookdale Johnny, and the early trailer is Halmac Charmer. Doc Awesome made the front. It's going to be short-lived. The Blue Knight used as right lined. House Edge Hanover sending them on to the lead. Doc Awesome now second, third. That is Sobble Attack. Racing from fourth on the cones is Brookdale Johnny, and the trailer is Halmac Charmer in fifth. They roll along. They opened it up. Wow. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 3 was the quarter. House Edge Hanover and Hughes out in front. Second is Doc Awesome, then in third, that's Sobble Attack. Racing from fourth on the cones is Brookdale Johnny, and trailing the field, Halmac Charmer halfway home, led by House Edge Hanover. Doc Awesome, the two-hole ride in third. That is Sobble Attack, and they were at the midway point, 57 and 2. 5/8 up and coming. House Edge Hanover, the leader on Doc Awesome. Halmac Charmer now coming out of the back. Up third on the outside. Sobble Attack at the rail fourth. On the outside, fifth. That is Brookdale Johnny. All five still in it. And we're down to a quarter of a mile left to go. House Edge Hanover leads at 3/4. Doc Awesome is second. Halmac Charmer on the outside, third. The 3/4 up in 1. 27 flat, down to an 8 to go. House Edge Hanover, homeward bound. Doc Awesome is second. Halmac Charmer, Sobble Attack at the inside. Deep stretch now. House Edge Hanover. Here's the Blue Knight Hughes and the Grand Slam. Doc Awesome held second. Sobble Attack will finish third, but it's House Edge Hanover stopping the clock in 1:54 and 3. Opened up 27-3, closed it out 27-3. House Edge Hanover and the Jason Hughes quadruple.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 13th race feature. Wow, Jason Hughes back in Summerside tonight, and he is hot as he sends House Edge Hanover out from the two-hole to get to the front, 27-3, half up in 57-2, 3/4, 127. He didn't kick the plugs until about the head of the stretch, and he just kicked into another gear, folks. He wins this one tonight, as Vance mentioned, kicks home in 27-3, 154-3 the mile tonight for House Edge Hanover, his 23rd lifetime win. Jason Hughes' 4th win of the night. In for second, Doc Awesome. Sobble Attack third, 1-2-4. Unofficially in the feature, we're going to see House Edge Hanover and Jason Hughes in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
There's House Edge Hanover going to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from the featured 13th. Bay Pacing gelding, the 5-year-old son of Betting Line, is off the Dragon Again dam, Hug a Dragoness. Owned by Everett Hanson of Majorville, New Brunswick, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms. Trainber Ronnie Matheson. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. That's his fourth. Journey to the winner's circle for the Grand Slam. Time for the miles in 1:54 and 3/5. House Edge Hanover in the Tuesday night feature at Summerside. Now the official results in the 13th. House Edge Hanover, the race winner. Doc Awesome was second. Brookdale Johnny fifth. Sobel Attack third. Hamac Charmer finished fourth. They went 27-3. 57-2. 127. And the mile in 1:54 and 3. In review, 1:25.34. House Edge Hanover paid $230. Exactor $660. Triactor $1090. Superfecta was $172.
Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High 5 as part of the 2026 wagering menu. Super High 5 is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High 5 at Red Shores Summerside and Red Shores in Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's finale, race 14. Well, with the delay, folks, we made up some real good time here tonight. Not too much of a delay here. Anyway, I'm going to go with a 798. Post time picks also 798. Classifiers choices 598 in the finale in 6 minutes. And in this upcoming 14th race finale, number 7, Section Line Flame has an equipment change, adds a chin strap, adds a bar bit, and a can under his throat. That's number 7, Section Line Flame, adds a chin strap, adds a bar bit, and a can under his throat.
14th race set for the post parade, Woodmere Cella number 1. Dana Sweet training and driving for Valley Grove Farms of Kelvin Grove. 2 is Harlequin Romance, owned by Gus Shaw of Kensington. Nakia Bridges Barlow Summerside, trained by James Barlow. Jason Hughes drives. Love Party 3, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge in Nova Scotia, trained by Kyle Marchbank. Kyle DeRoche drives. Timberley Lady 4, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer-driver. 5 is No Fool Tobago, owned and trained by Garth Cole of Kensington. Paul Langell driving. Twinbee Solitaire 6, owned by Amanda and Barry McTavish of Belfast, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Ryan DeRoche up. Section Line Flame number 7, owned by Renison Racing. Nicholas Flung, Basil Sherry and Ian McDonald, trained by George Renison. Corey McPherson drives. 8 is Run for the Money, owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside. Brandon McDougall of Alberton. Brady Sweet is the trainer-driver. Number 9, Molly Malone, owned by Fred and Carly Painter. Debbie and Neil Ramsey, trained by Fred Painter. That's Kenny Murphy. 2 minutes wagering time at race number 14. 2 to post. We're back with live racing Thursday night, Red Shores, Charlottetown. Post time is 6 p.m. Rocky has his super high five selections to wrap up Tuesday night in Summerside.
And there is a look at our super high five tickets on the screen there. I had to write Vance's down right quick because I thought they might disappear, but I like the 7 in here, Section Line Flame, over the 9, Molly Malone. Then I went with the 8, Run for the Money, the 5, No Fool Tobago, and the 2, Harlequin Romance. Vance Cameron going with the 9, Molly Malone, over the 5, the 4, Timberley Lady, the 2, Harlequin Romance, and the 8, Run for the Money. So Vance going 9-5-4-2-8. I like 7-9-8-5-2. Good luck and get in on the super high five. Time to have a look at the odds board for the finale. On the rail, Woodmere Cella and Dana Sweet at 8-1. The 2, Harlequin Romance and Jason Hughes looking for win 5. They're at 9-2. Love Party 3 and Kyle DeRoche at 22-1. Timberley Lady is 4 with Jacob Sweet on your screen right now at 4-1. The 5, No Fool Tobago with Paul Angel at 3-1. The 6, Twinbee Solitaire with Ryan DeRoche at 8-1. 7, Section Line Flame with Corey McPherson at 7-1. 8, Run for the Money with Brady Sweet at 10-1. That's the horse that was on the screen. I made a mistake a minute ago. And Molly Malone from post 9 in the back tier with Kenny Murphy aboard at 2-1. That's the field for tonight's 14th race finale. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 14th race finale has a field of 9. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Cella, Harlequin Romance, Love Party, Timberley Lady, No Fool Tobago, Twin Bee Solitaire, Section Line Flame. Run for the money in the grandstand side. Got a trailer to close it out. She's Molly Malone, top of the stretch. Tuesday night, it's the Super High Five, and it is finale time. Fancy stepping at the start was Woodmere Cella, and there they go. Off and pacing, leaving out is Timberley Lady. Racing from second, that's Harlequin Romance. Dropping in to be third, Love Party. Coming up fourth from the outside, No Fool Tobago. Molly Malone goes fifth. On the outside, Section Line Flame in sixth. Run for the money is seventh. Then the eighth one as they race the backstretch, Twin Bee Solitaire. In the backfield, Woodmere Cella. Over to the opening quarter and grinding up on the outside. That's No Fool Tobago to clear the lead. It's Paul Langell aboard, and they open this one up. Solid time, 28 and 2 the quarter. Now Timberley Lady is second, Harlequin Romance third. They're on the move out of the backfield. Twin Bee Solitaire will try her luck. First up on the outside towards the rail, Love Party. Molly Malone now edging out. Following her to the outside, Section Line Flame. Then a Racing Aids Run for the money in the trailer ninth. Is Woodmere Cella halfway home, and they're led there by No Fool Tobago in 58 and 1. Racing from second, Timberley Lady. Third up the rail, Harlequin Romance. Fourth on the outside, Twin Bee Solitaire. Molly Malone is coming now, and she's swinging out three wide. Fifth, racing from six. On the outside as they go to three quarters next, Section Line Flame. No Fool Tobago with a quarter of a mile left to go. She's open by almost 2. Timberley Lady is second. Molly Malone third. 1:27 and 4 the three-quarter time. They round that top turn. Second and final time. Eighth of a mile out. No Fool Tobago homeward bound. Second is Timberley Lady. Molly Malone third. Section Line Flame way wide fourth. Deep stretch now. No Fool Tobago. Harlequin Romance. No Fool Tobago looks to hang on here. Harlequin Romance was coming late. She's in the win picture. And the time for the mile in 1:58.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 14th race finale. And we saw No Fool Tobago drive up and get to the front, quarter 28-2, the half 58 and 1, three quarters 1:27 and 4. And here's the stretch drive, folks. We're seeing No Fool Tobago, and getting into the passing lane was Harlequin Romance. I thought Harlequin Romance got this on the line, but Vance was right. As the great shot here by Matthew McLean at up close of the 5, No Fool Tobago. Harlequin Romance raced really well tonight. She's scatting up that passing lane to make it interesting on the end of it, but it's posted. The 5, No Fool Tobago, gets the job done tonight in 1:58 and 3. That's her first win of the season, 7th career for No Fool Tobago. Paul Langell in the bike for the win, and that is his third driving win tonight. Harlequin Romance in there for second, and up for third, that is the 9, Molly Malone. So we got 5-2-9 unofficially in the finale. We'll see No Fool Tobago and Paul Langell. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Well, Paul Langell opened up the night. He'll close it out. It's a big night for the Kensington Racetrack horse people. Here in the 14th, it's No Fool Tobago in the winner's circle. Pacing Brown Mare, she's 5 by Tobago K's. Off the drop-off dam, Woodmere No Fool. And she's a homebred of Garth Cole of Kensington, who's also the trainer. Paul Langell, second winner for the double. Mile 158 and 3. Oh, there's lots of coffee and donuts in Kensington tomorrow. It's No Fool Tobago to double up Paul Langell in the Super High Five. Now, the official results in the 14th, Woodmere Cello was 9th, Harlequin Romance 2nd, Love Party 6th, Timberly Lady 4th, No Fool Tobago, the race winner. Twinbee Solitaire was 7th, Section Line Flame finished 5th, Run for the Money was 8th, Molly Malone finished 3rd, then went 28 and 2, 58 and 1, 127 and 4, and the mile in 158 and 3. In review, 926, 417, 583. No Fool Tobago, 570 to win. The exactor, 49.70. Triactor, 184.60. The late double paid 540, and that super high 5, that's yet to be posted. That's going to conclude our live presentation tonight here in Summerside. The Par Mutual handle went $84,253. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.